G'day everybody, and welcome back for some more scrapyard stuff. I've got my hydrogen tank. I've got my only a couple of hydrogen thrusters. But I'm starting to feel like... Ooh, I'm starting to feel like there goes my voice. That's ideal at the intro. There. I'm starting to feel like I'm getting the pieces needed to put together a ship in order to leave this place and get to space. But I obviously do need more thrusters, because I've got... I think I've still only got two small ones. Because I got one here. I swear I had another one somewhere. Where have I put it? Where have I put stuff in my junk pile? Here it is. Here's the other small one. And there's a large one lying around here somewhere. Somewhere in my junk pile there is a large thruster and I don't remember where. Does anyone remember where I left it? I genuinely don't recall where I put it. No, it's not on the trailer. Trailer's just got a truck with batteries on it. What did I do with it? Got those Atmos. I swear I had a large one. It hasn't disappeared on me, has it? Am I losing my mind? Did I not actually get another one? I thought I had a large thruster somewhere. It does not appear so. Also, when did this truck... Did I not ever grind down that truck? I swear I did. Something strange is going on here. I marked it but left it there. No. Oh wait, is it on this yellow truck here? It's on this yellow truck here. Here it is. There we go. Found it. Found it. Alright. So I gotta offload the truck. I was given a kind of good suggestion for offloading my flying truck of all of its inventory. Rather than making a connector and pulling stuff off in the usual way, since I can throw out with both of these connectors and there's not a huge amount of inventory space there, I should use collectors on the base. So I'm going to do that. Also, thanks Froggy. Thank you so much for 17 months. And thanks Sticknot and Zero Nut for the Prime subs. So, if I'm going to do collectors, I am uncertain as to where to put them. So that I can have them connected up to this inventory here. I think maybe on the outside of the hangar here might be the best spot, so that I don't have to do any digging. Because I really don't want to do digging. Digging kind of runs counter to the main idea of this this approach to playing. So if I get rid of this here, I think I only need 3 blocks wide. Let's just check this out. So for the, I need to make sure that it's wider than these connectors. So 1, 2, 3, oh no, 4 blocks. If we go 4 blocks, then I go conveyors. Like that. I should be able to... What is down there? Oh, the silly light thing. Yeah. I'll then be able to stick the collectors on top of that. Thanks for the 100 bits, Dean. Now. Collector. I mean, what would make sense if I had a permanent spot for my truck to be mounted to, and then had the collectors at the back where the thing ends up. But since I don't, I won't. And I'm going to do it this way. Assuming I have enough bits for this, which I probably don't, because I'm probably lacking the motors required. That's my guess. Also, have I made an error in judgment in how I place this down? I think I have. I think I need to weld up the ones that I can reach first. For a second I was worried I was running out of computers. That would be bad. Do you really need that many collectors? Why not build a funnel out of blocks? Huh. I mean, I could. It's really tempting. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it, because yeah, you're right. This is more expensive than it needs to be. Plus, a giant funnel that I hover over sounds like fun. Alright, so if I'm going to do a funnel, I can do... let's chop you out. Put in a conveyor junction. Or I'll put in a T-piece, actually. Then... 1, 2, and curve. I'll stick the collector on top of that and we'll make a funnel. I think that's a great idea. Much cheaper. And also, it's going to make one awful racket as it's in use. As the components bounce down the side. Yep, I count that as a win-win. Alright, so we can... I guess what I'll do is pop... this, maybe. Doop, 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 doop. Not easy to keep the ghosts away, sure. Although I feel like lately the ghosts have been the cause of the noise. At least with regards to assertive acquisitions. Alright, so this funnel needs to be wide enough to take from 4 blocks across. So probably... what? I'm going to use 2 collectors. Because I need to do an even number. 2 collectors will look neatest, I think. Then I can just have ramps coming off each side, and I've already sort of got ramps because I can use the side of the hangar for it. Thanks, Yavir. Thanks for the Prime sub. Yeah, this should work. So I'm thinking, oop, that goes there, then we go there. That. kind of go around it like this, and then we've got something that should mostly work. Once I fix up this bit, which would probably be best with one of those transition blocks, I think. One of the transition blocks have the right slope here? I'm not sure that it does. I don't think we've got the right slope for that. Might be better using this. That like that, then cut out this. Then hope for the best with that there. This is gonna... Yeah, whatever. It'll be fine. Be totally fine. Oops. That felt weird. Thanks, Yonaton. Thanks for the Prime sub. And thanks as well, Echo Mind. Yeah. Yeah, the transition I needed there does not exist. Alright, let's give this a go. In theory, in its current state, this should work. Hey, Master Tux. Okay, so... Can I move a solar panel with... Probably not. Alright. Disconnect. Then I need to get my other two connectors. Now, which connector is on my hotbar? Hot C connector. Okay, so it's actually named. So these two need to be trailer, hot seat, trailer connectors. Then we'll go on our hotbar. Connect all and throw out. Let's see if this works. Let's see how much noise this makes. Gyro's not feeling especially strong this morning. Thanks for the Prime sub, Dean, as well. My hover truck. Okay, that looks alright. Alright. 4 and 5. Yeah. It's working. It's actually working fairly well. I've not yet come up with a good in-game reason for having this sort of transfer of materials being the way you're supposed to transfer materials between grids. Because it is cool, but it's just so slow. I just have never managed to make it the desirable way. I haven't come up with an idea for it. I've thought about it a fair bit. Kind of like how the scrapyard thing forces you to use merge blocks and the like. I wanted to do a similar thing with the collectors, but have never managed to. Well, I imagine the automaton drones would be the same deal as usual, which is you're not usually like they'd still be better dealt with using sorters. I would think. Okay, so we got our solar panels for our ship to take to space. So we've got a power source. These thrusters I might move over near that crane so I can add them to the flyer. Because it would be nice to have some left and right additional thrust. Which would be handy. Assuming I've got enough motors for it, which I may not. I also don't know what I'm going to do with that other big thruster over there. I need to decide on that too. So what I mean by in-game reason is like how to mod the game to make that the desirable solution. It's like Survival Impossible was my first attempt at how to make mining rovers relevant and building roads relevant, because I wanted that to be a thing. So I made the gravity high and I did those sorts of things, and it sort of works. Still was mostly just I did it that way because I wanted to do it that way. It didn't necessarily force me to do it. But yeah, often when I'm coming up with an idea for a new series, it's around a concept of I'd like this to be more useful. I'd like to use this as my way of doing things. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Hey, Leather Boy. Charlie's doing okay, but she's curled up in a tight in a little ball, so I'm going to put a little blanket over her. One sec. She's got her jacket on, but apparently it's not enough this morning. She's surprisingly happy to stay still when you put a blanket over her. Go. Oh, nice and toasty. Okay. Let's put those. Let's weld them up. Oh, right. Realistic thruster forces. Yeah, I guess that could force you to use mining trucks because you don't want to deal with the mess of those things. I suppose that works. Charlie's been great with Toby. Does try to lick his face a lot, which is somewhat undesirable, but yeah, she's been great with him. The worst thing she does is try and lick his face or go up and boop him in the head, which is obviously not great because she's not gentle with a boop. Just nudging him with her nose. Ah. I mean, it's just at the moment that my partner and I are trying to stop her from doing too much of the whole face licking. We are both well aware that by the time Toby is a toddler, Charlie is going to have free reign to lick him as much as she likes. Because he's probably going to drop food, and that's probably going to draw her attention. And Toby would need to be probably 3 years old before he'd be suitable for babysitting Capac. Although maybe you actually need to be even older than that to babysit a Capac. Let's go back to my spectator camp. Whoa, why is that in the planet? Okay. Merge blocks. I should have put the merge block on. Thinking if I do yes. Oh, poop. Thinking if I do this, let's go to the other side because that's the way this thrust is aligned for. While the average 3-year-old does seem more responsible than the average Capac, you've got to remember the average 3-year-old probably can't stop the average Capac from doing what the average Capac wants to do. Thanks, Talking Beans! Thanks for 7 months. How's it going? Yeah, on that subject, I wonder how the average Capac is feeling this morning, whether he's still feeling considerably average with his illness, disease that feels like razor blades in his throat. That's why there has been no Capac on Twitch this week. Interstellar, I play Icarus every week on Tuesdays. Well, it's on my schedule. Just have a look at the schedule page. Because I've actually got the schedule pretty well up to date. That me? You know what? Nope. The Capac method did not work. Yay! There we go. No, I haven't played the Starship Troopers Extermination yet. It released at a very annoying time for me as an Australian. So, yeah. Having it release just before I have a had to help with Toby's feeding stuff and then also then go to work did not work out. Also, I think it released at like 1 AM or 2 AM something here. I mean, that's pretty usual for Steam releases to be at awful times for us. Oh yeah, I've had improvised experimentation on this for, I think since like second week, but I massively toned it down so it doesn't do much. That's why I can only barely drag that thruster. Yeah, I imagine it does have a bit of an EDF kind of feel to it with the whole overwhelming raids of bad guys. I don't know that I will be playing it on stream, but I will be playing it. Like, I might join Wasted and Shaq for some of their streams, but I don't know that I'll play it on my own streams. I'm not sure. For those unfamiliar, there's a new game that just came out to early access that is based off Starship Troopers movie. The movie. Whoops. And apparently, from what I've heard, does probably the best job of making you feel like you're in the movie of any games that have attempted this so far. If I want to grab this, I probably want to go... Ah, there we go. Sweet. Alright, thrusters on. Done. I don't use the world pads because they consume parts, so I only use them when I need to. Otherwise, I use merge blocks whenever I can. Just a force of habit that I got into a while back and that I've stuck with. Now, I don't think I need to bring these extra thrusters. I mean, I still could attach it. I was thinking of attaching the large thrusters on either side. Maybe I'll see if I can weld this one up. But otherwise, I was going to go out and collect more things. Did you forget to make sure that Capac is not eating stuff found on the floor? Yeah, good luck stopping Capac doing that. Okay, so I think I'm going to go out and do some looting to begin with. See if I can find myself another thruster or two, because that would be really nice. And then we can start constructing what I've got. Because I've got the large tank, I've got the solar panels, I've got a survival kit, I've got O2H2 gens so I can go find some ice if I want, or I've got all these little tanks so I can drain them. But I also should have some hydrogen engines around the place somewhere. Oh yeah, over here. And I'll be able to put them on so I've got power source from the hydrogen. And I should have an oxygen tank around here too. I just want to make sure I've got an oxygen tank lying around. So I'm going to space, I want oxygen. Got a whole battery, thruster, beacon, tanks. Oh, maybe I don't have an O2 tank here. I think I've just been ignoring them at my peril. Alright, if I find one I have to bring it back. Glad I did a mental checklist. Hey, Ferox. Today on wheels? No. I've got the truck. I've got the flying hot seat. I'm sticking with that. I love this thing. And to be honest, I think the progression from truck to flying thing is kind of part of my goal of giving space engineers more of a feel of progression with this. Because you start out with some, you basically start out with a truck, you build up your truck, you get your truck to be good, you've got a crane on it. Then once you've found enough thrusters, you can build a scout vehicle. Then when you've got more thrusters, you can build a scout vehicle that can carry stuff home. And so you've got that nice progression of stuff getting more and more efficient. And so I think it works really nicely. I don't think it's something to reject as such. Especially since it did take me a while till I got to this point. A flying crane is probably not a thing I want to attempt. Not in a scenario where the risk of crashing is very expensive. Also, that is a thing. Let's go there. Given that the yeah, as mentioned, given that the truck jitters about, I'm not sure how much I want to risk having a flying thing jittering about. And yeah, subgrids and thrusters don't play well together. They're better than they have ever been, but they're still concerning. Oh, there's a wind turbine off in the distance as well. Sweet. And a thing down there. I'm going to go swoop around and go to that thing, because that's the thing that I'm probably not going to find again. Whereas these with the tall marking things, buildings should be findable. What is this presumed vehicle down here? Oh no, it's a shed. What's a shed doing here on its own? Weird. Is this a shed that I just didn't delete? That could be the case. Oh! What a find! Yes! Ah, such a massive score. Oh yeah. If I was someone who was more organized, you could totally call hacks, but I am not that organized. Ah, fantastic. Okay. Let's bring that back. Whoop. Come on. Get up on there. Ugh. Do-do-do. There we go. Cool. I don't know. I think I might have actually made the large grid thrusters a little more... The large thrusters a little more common than the small ones. Oh no. No! No! I forgot to turn them off. Eject. Didn't manage to get through it all, I think. Or it did. I don't know. Okay. Put the stuff back in. Whoopsie. I mean, I wouldn't really care about those components, given that I've got the thruster. Okay, so we've got... Have we got any small things other than this one off to the left? Doesn't look like it. Looks like this is the only one. Which is what? Oh, a helicopter. Anything of interest in the helicopter? Probably not. I'm gonna grab these bits because they have a couple of motors in them, but I'm not sure that there's anything too exciting here for me. Yeah, the rest of this is just plate and things. Oops. Alright. Let's delete this. Alright, and then where was that wind turbine? This way. How many hydros wanted? Ideally, I'd like to have 6. I currently have 3. Ideally, I would like 6. I might decide to take off if I've gotten the rest of the thing together, even without that. Well, that sounds very much like a mod that requires scripting, so no, I have not thought of making a mod to delete things manually using a chat command. Because no, that's not a thing I'm capable of. All right, yeah, no, I do have 4, you're correct. Sorry. Yes, I do have 4. 1 large, 3 small. What's in here? Warhead. Beacon. Air vent.
Warning, enemy detected.
Let's take that. And you know what? I don't care about this. I'm tempted to bring this. I think I have a few of these automaton programmable blocks, but they're so much nicer than the other ones because they have more than one attachment point. So I'm going to bring it anyway. Alright, is there anything else in here that I might want? Don't want buttons, but we'll take their computers. I'm going to take you. I can't remember whether I've got a full block vent anywhere. And I'm thinking I'll build something with a bit of a cabin in it. So some sort of internal space with doors and stuff. Not just something with a cockpit. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah. Yes, those little buttons are small grid only. You have to get the DLC to have a single button large grid panel. Because there's the one with the big red button. Oh, should I get rid of these fences? Yeah, I'll get rid of these fences. I don't strictly need an antenna, so I'm not fussed, but I do have a beacon so that I can at least know where my ship is. Yeah, the searchlights are quite useful at marking something out. Especially with the searchlight mod that I did to make them have ultra long range. Because it makes their... That is... No. Uh-oh. Silly overlay thing. True, the DLC one does have 3 buttons, but it's the closest... I always think of it as 1 button and 2 little arrows. I don't know why. When it is 3 buttons. That's just a useless thing. Let's keep going. What else we got? Yeah, there are antennas in some of the blueprints, yes. Ah, truck. What have you got inside? Have you got an O2 tank? I think you've got cryotubes. Yes, you do. Well, poop. So with the Scrapyard mod, it's just like every other NPC mod, and just like with the vanilla NPCs that spawn in space, Keen don't care whether you've put DLC blocks on them or not. You don't have to have the DLC for the DLC blocks to spawn. I thought I had an O2 tank at home, but apparently I don't because I couldn't find it. I do have many O2 gens, the O2H2 generators, but I don't have any tank that I could find. So yeah, spawning in NPCs with DLC blocks is just fine. You just can't build it yourself. And I don't think there's anything that goes wrong with repairing it either. It's the same truck. This is the same truck. I think this is exactly the same truck. Ah, that's unusual. There are a lot of trucks, so I don't know why 2 of them would have spawned right near each other. Oh well, I'll take the medical components just in case I want to make a new survival kit. Yeah, I've always been fairly I've always been fine with Keen's approach to DLC. It's the nature of the business now. It's what happens. But the fact that the blocks are... They don't give any genuine advantage in a PvP situation, but honestly, even if they did, I personally wouldn't care, because Space Engineers PvP is just a bit... because it's so exploitable. But the way that they let anyone interact with them once they exist in the world and all that stuff means that I'm just like, yeah, I think it's fine. I know there are others who disagree with that, and that's fine. But I've just never personally had any issues with it. I think I may as well take this survival kit. Since I just picked up those medical components, at least this gives me a fresh one in case I want to use it for my build rather than using one of the existing ones. There's a Jeep with a reactor? What? Did I accidentally leave a reactor on one of these builds? This one's got an H2 tank, but a couple of H2 tanks actually. If there's a vehicle with a reactor, I'm going to guess that it's the mate utility vehicle. Hey, Takari. Clancola could be radioactive. Clancola probably is radioactive, given how they make it. Do I care about the hydrogen in these tanks? No. It's a pain. It's not really... It's the sort of thing that I would totally do in an edited series and collect all the hydrogen for those, from those, but on stream I think I'll leave it. Hey Dark Eyes. Hey Lego. Enable creative mode tools. Delete. Alright, now we gotta pick up the survival kit and shove it on the trailer. I do love that this is all... Not only has this scenario given me a reason to do a bunch of stuff with trucks and cranes, it's also given me a reason to have a flying vehicle that detaches from itself. And reattaches. Like, this feels like a very legit use of merge blocks, which is another block in the game that I feel I don't use enough if I was playing in vanilla. Like, if I were to use them, it's because I've kind of forced myself to use them. Access denied. I wonder if I can fully weld this up and take ownership. Now, this way is the way I was going to go. Just wanted to see if I should delete that warehouse marker, but I thought there might have been more stuff down here that I hadn't yet collected. Yes, it is an airship Santa's sleigh. That is true. Less creepy than the actual Santa's sleigh that I made. With the thrusters for eyes on the Santa. That was fun. That is just a billboard, or is there something else with the billboard? Might be something else with it. Yeah, there is. Alright, let's go get it. Whatever it is. What do we have here? Just a little Jeep. Don't think that's going to have anything I want. Maybe the motors. Though I have built up those thrusters now, so I don't really need the motors too badly. Yeah, I don't think this has anything I want. Ian! So I know a lot of people who have played this probably go and collect every single component from every single grid they come across. And to be honest, if I was just playing this on my own, I'd probably do the same for a while, because it's exactly what I did with Escape from Mars. When I played it on my own a few times, I collected absolutely everything. And I did the same when I played it with Capac. We collected everything at every stop. But there just comes a point where, especially since I know stuff continuously spawns here, I feel like it's better to just grab the good stuff and go. Because then you get more opportunity for more good stuff, because you keep searching for more grids. So as far as efficiency goes, you're probably better off grabbing things that you want and then moving on. Cargo container there. Let's see what's in it, if anything. Oops, there were motors in there. Pick up motors, thank you. Oh, and ammo. Alright, a loot. That's all the good stuff. Yeah, that is another valid point. Grinding everything down may be the responsible thing to do in an environment where you don't have the ability to delete it, or you aren't sure it will get deleted, so it might cause performance issues. Don't think there was anything else in the warehouse I wanted. I got the large cargo container, which I collected, but I'm honestly not sure I needed to actually needed to collect it. Oh, that's not what I meant to press. You're going to delete in a hurry one time and get your sled, and I'll need an ambulance. So, you might have noticed that I've been cutting instead of deleting. I had thought about that possibility and decided that it would be much smarter if I cut the grids out, just in case I accidentally do cut my own grid. Because that way I can just paste it straight back in if I do it. Had thought of that possibility. Now, I checked all these, I'm pretty sure. Did I check these ones? I think I did. Yeah, this can now be deleted. Yeah, sometimes I make sensible decisions. Sometimes I realize the sensible thing to do after I've done the dumb thing. Let's see what else we can find. really like to find something good. Let's turn off creative mode because I forgot to. I've always found one of the biggest advantages of editing my own footage is that I see myself do really dumb things, and I see myself do it multiple times. And I get sick of seeing myself do that. So then I try to stop doing those dumb things. Unfortunately, that only works when I've got, like, a good deal of time to think through whatever it is I'm doing. So in order to create situations where I continue to do dumb things, I do like to add a bit of time pressure to a lot of the stuff that we do. No Twitch integration. I did not have enough time this week to do anything with that, so it's not set up this week. Toby's not quite been putting on weight fast enough, so feeding has become quite an ordeal, which means I've been helping out a bit more with that, so I haven't had as much time to do things around the place. Like making sure that things are set up on the server again. Anything good in these? Yeah, I'll take those. Why not? You lost all your points when I got run over by the moose twice. Yeah, I can see that happening. Alright, there's more solar panels here, but I'm not sure I need to bring more than... I kind of just want to bring one of them. Because then I've got 4. Don't really need 6. Almost back up to 1,000 points. 10,000 points after the test stream. Yeah, the test stream's fun. For a bit of random silliness. It's... Drag it. I was hoping I... Whoa! Dead beef! Thank you so much! Thank you for the 25 gift subs! Oh, surfing the solar panel. I don't think there are solar cells in any of the other ones. Let's go check though. Thanks, Dead Beef. Thanks so much, man. Oh, there's one in that one. Nah, I'm not going to bother building a grinder pit. How am I going to do this? What if... Huh? Huh? That's weird. I know why it is, but that's still weird that I couldn't do that way. Oh, thanks, Sean. Hang on. Can I get to... There we go. That works. Perfect. It's on there neatly, and I won't hear anything else. Yeah, exciting is one word for grid surfing, unintentionally. You go wash your mouth out with soap, Eisen. Saying things like that. How dare you? Now I'm debating whether I provide context for that to anyone watching the VOD. Eisen suggested I use build and repair. Ah! Wonder if anything important broke then. Seems okay. Da-da-da.
Inventory full.
Oops. Oh yeah, I probably did break an exhaust, didn't I? That's nothing too bad. Just thought I'd grab these conveyors. So I started thinking about it, and if I'm building a pressurized ship, I'm probably going to need a few motors for just for the conveyors. I don't want that or that on me. Alright. Let's delete this bit of highway. Cause some random damage, that's fine. Two more thrusters and an O2 tank to find. I feel pretty good about the balance that I managed to get with this mod and the builds that I put into it. In kind of my first pass of it, because obviously the balance isn't perfect. It never will be. But I feel pretty good that the balance that I did achieve, even with a few grids that people are like, yeah, you definitely want to find those, that's a good thing, I think. I think you want to have some that let you feel clever for having realized that they're super available. Completely respectfully disagree with you 100%, Tinjo. I don't think you need any combat in this at all. If I put combat in this, there'd be a whole lot of people who wouldn't be able to enjoy it. And so I very deliberately chose not to. And you could always add crew enabled, and then you would have some combat, because you would potentially have some crew that would spawn with the grids. Maybe. I don't know whether they work with Scrapyard, because I'm not sure whether the remote controls need to be active when the player gets in range. The scenario is kind of open-ended, but in general, the goal is build up something cool and get to space with it. I don't think I want to go amongst the trees there. That's going to make it hard to find stuff. Let's turn around. Stick to the deserts. Silex, this is me testing my, well, it's sort of turned into a full-on playthrough, but it was me testing my scrapyard mods / scenario setup, which is very much intended to be an open-ended setup, open-ended scenario, and the way I made it, I intended for people to adjust it to their own playstyle. The core mods, though, I will always make for my own playstyle. Ooh. There we go, there's something there. So I don't intend to change them in any way beyond what they're like current, well, in any big ways. There have been a few people on the Steam comments like, you should do this, you do this. I'm like, nah. I don't want refineries to be part of this. I don't want to do that. If you want it, you can do it yourself, but for what this is, it's going to be what? It's going to be the way that I hope to play it. There is going to be some scrap added to space, hopefully soon. I might have recruited a Tasmanian to help me with that. A certain laggy Tasmanian. So he's been doing some good progress on that, and we'll hopefully have something that we can add to the mod in the next week or so, I reckon. So you'll be able to find wrecks in space. In space, there will be a bit more combat. But it's not going to be like ACS style combat. It's still going to be pretty limited. Like, pretty much just the turrets. And they'll have blind spots as usual. Killed yourself with this building dropping the roof on your head. Yeah, I can see that happening. So this building was actually something I was working on and was going to be a multi-story building. I made one like I was thinking of this as like an apartment floor, and then I was going to build multiple layers of it. And then when I started stacking them, I was like, I can't figure out how to build the stairs to make this look any good. So I just made it a single story little hut instead. The Tasmanian guy I'm talking about is TFE. Who knows MES a lot better than I do. Which is why he's helping me out with it. Right. Don't need more engines, so let's just grind this down and get the power cell, just in case. I don't think I need the power cell either. But since I'm here, it seems silly to throw it away. Disagree, Takari. Because the half stairs don't always look good. You're building... I thought if you're building a rundown apartment block, you don't forgo the stairs, you forgo the elevator or the lift. Thought it was usually the mechanical part that was busted, not the stairs. Actually, TFE christened himself the Laggy Tasmanian. That wasn't me. I'm probably somewhat more responsible for Tiffany than I am the Laggy Tasmanian. But even that wasn't me. That was me just repeating something that was written in the comments. Because I think Google's auto subtitling thing might have mistaken TFE for Tiffany. Yeah, the Tassie Devil in the skeleton suit. And lava helmet. Or at least when Space Engineers lets him have his suit on. Auto subtitles has gotten a lot better over the years, though. I was going through my, like, starting to do the proper subtitles for my recent tutorials, because I do try and do proper subtitles for all my tutorials. And yeah, it's gotten so much better at detecting what's being said by my accent. In the early days, wow, did it come up with some strange things for what g'day and welcome were. I like to think that me going in there and manually replacing that helped train it. Exekio, thanks for the Prime sub. Oh. Yeah. I'm intentionally flying around the most open spaces so it's really easy to spot things. I see that stuff over there. I think I've been there before, but we'll go over there and remove the stuff if I have. Oh, geez. I do have not a huge amount of power left. Ew. It's not good. Split in twain. Couple of cargo containers. Let's see if there's anything in them. Oh yeah, grids. I'll take those. I've got enough solar cells at home to build up these solar panels because I've got solar panels at home that I'm not using, that are fully constructed. So I'm fine on the solar cell front. Motors, nice. Oh, you're talking about the solar panel on the back? Yeah, the solar panel on the back is not worth doing anything with. I'm a big believer that the amount of energy gained from a solar panel is not... does not cover the weight, the extra power consumed by carrying the solar panel. I'm carrying it because I want it for my spaceship. I want the block. The only way for me to get the block is to take it home. I've got a large small grid hydrogen tank back at base. And I think I've already got enough hydrogen in the large grid tank to actually fill it as well. Yeah, O2 and 2 more thrusters, and I should technically be able to put together a little shuttle. See, for me, the hydrogen engine thing, from ice to H2O2 gen, into engine and getting free power from it is, yeah, a bit broken. But what I've always wanted to do with it was make, if you're going to make that loop cost energy, you also need to make batteries useless. So batteries do not have a... So basically reduce the density of power storage in batteries. Just so that you want to take tanks attached to hydrogen engines to provide power for your grids. And no. Seriously, I've checked so many of these dumpsters, and I still haven't found the one with the hydrogen tank, hydrogen thruster in it. Also, oops, spoilers. There's a hydrogen thruster in one of these. Whoops. I'm sure I added it. I'm pretty confident. I think I mentioned last week that there was something in them, but I don't remember saying what it actually was. But maybe I did. I don't recall. I choose to blame the tiny human for my lack of recall. Ooh, that's a good haul of computers. Oh, that's what I was going to add to the loot. So I was going to add to the loot table just some random basic ingots for those who like to play with the paint mod. So they can make a paint gun. If they want to. See ya, Shinigami. And I think this is the same building. Same floor plan. No, don't need those. I'll take that because it's got... Ooh, power cells, nice. Zero coolest, that's the joys of RNG, is that you can look in hundreds and never find it. But it doesn't mean it's not there. It's only one dumpster out of a selection of 5 or 6. So each time you see one, there's a 10 or 15% chance that you'll see one, that you'll get it. And similarly, you could find it on the first one, just like the assembler crane. I think I'm going to head home before I get too distracted and run out of power. Although I might just slide by this spot over here that's got all these buildings. Agreed, Jax. It is nice that the paint makes use of gravel, but it does use... it's not a gravel sink in by any stretch. What is this? See if I can get a decent eyeball on it. Oh yeah, I'm not worried about that. Go to this industrial area on our way. I think I already checked this one out. I think this is the one I went to last time. Let's go have a look. If it is, yeah, this is definitely the one I went to last time. Alright, let's just clean this up then. Make sure I've gotten the good stuff. It's so weird that that little remote that I put on that shelf gets renamed to AI control module. Well, if you wanted a large grid air vent, there was one. I had been tempted to save that, but I'm like, I don't actually have a use for that. I'm taking small grid to space, not large grid. Alright, that's cleaned up. Now we can continue our slightly distracted journey back to base. I'm torn. I kind of want to start building my spaceship and laying it out, but equally, I may have to significantly change the layout if I find certain blocks. Like, what if my thrusters that I find are all large now? I shouldn't... Like, I've got 37 minutes of power at a hover, which is a fair bit of time, which is why I'm willing to take a few risks and check out a few things. The jalopy... So that's probably not where I want to go. What about over here? Same deal there. Alright. Let's keep going. Yeah, it's sometimes easier to find the large ones than the small ones. Certainly with the Atmos. Again, not an undesirable outcome from a gameplay perspective. Trying to see what trucks are on there. Don't see any. Yeah, there's nothing I want down there. Let's keep moving. Yeah, exactly, Vox. That's what was brought up when I first was asking for people's opinions about it. That's more solar panels. That the large thrusters, because they take so many components, aren't necessarily what you want to find, because they can be harder to build. Upside down camera just after you put it on the TV instead of the phone. But even on the phone, it wouldn't have let you flip the phone unless you've got the auto rotate turned off. Let's get moving at a bit of a faster clip. The unknown signal stuff. There's a part of me that wants to turn them off by default. Largely so that I don't have to see all the comments on the Steam Workshop page of them about them being broken when it's not my bug. It's not mine, I tell you. Alright, that was just the power lines. Yeah. Alright, this time I know Park, I'm going to put my batteries on recharge. I mean, I've still got 35% battery power, so it's not like I'm running super, super low. I just really didn't want to take the risk. Well, I mean, okay. Something I've been thinking about, and I think I have a way to make it work. But I think if I talk it through on stream, there's a better chance that I'll see some of the holes in it. Because you guys will poke the holes in it. As you know, the signals from these spawns appear for about 10 seconds when the thing spawns in, and then disappear. I've been thinking I might change the way that works. So instead of them appearing for 10 seconds and then disappearing, the core module, instead of just being a battery, remote control, and beacon, will be a battery, remote control, beacon, and 2 timer blocks. The idea being that it would then start blipping its signal for 1 or 2 seconds every couple of minutes and continue to do so. And because it'd have a large grid battery, it'd effectively be able to do it forever. My idea then would be, if the player gets within, say, 1500 meters of that grid, it then deletes itself. So until you actually get within range of that broadcast, of that thing, it'll keep popping up every now and then to help you find it. Just like the Mayday signals, yeah. Except that it deletes itself when you get close. Put the other one with this so that I know where they all are. And so that you don't so that you can't see the thing that's broadcasting, I'll just make sure that it's sunk like 10 meters below the ground. Because if I sink it 10 meters below the ground, then you won't be able to see the thing, and you won't notice when it gets deleted, even if you're within visual range. And yeah, if you don't see it at that distance, then that's kind of too bad. So sad. That's what GPS markers are for. But I felt like it might be a decent compromise and help people with lower end systems be able to still do stuff. I might put you... my growing pile of... I actually need to use this for my grid. For my spaceship stuff. They need to broadcast... server play. Ugh. At the moment, I think they broadcast out to like 20Ks or something. But yeah, I suppose making the broadcast to only, say, 10 kilometers might be a reasonable compromise as well. That bit I'm not so sure on. I think there does need to be a limit, because obviously if you're playing on a server and you've got people all over a planet, then you'll be able to see broadcasts on the whole planet and it'll become a bit intense. But if you're playing single player or small group co-op, then honestly, if you don't want the HUD spam, just go pick up the stuff. Just go fly near it, or just delete it, because you'd have admin or someone in your group would. At some point, I have to just be like, honestly, I can't fix this. Why is that one? Oh. Thanks a lot. There we go. I was only recharging one battery when I hooked up before. Probably help if I recharge them all. Hey, Nev. Hey, MWG. But yeah, I think the occasional blip should be fine, and it shouldn't cause HUD spam, because if they're going off, say we do, it blips for 2 seconds, just long enough for you to swoop around and have a look at which direction it's in, and then stays off for the next 2 minutes. To have HUD spam where you see multiple at once, you're going to need to, in that instance, probably have more than 100 grids spawned in. As in, more than 100 clusters. Not just grids, clusters, because it's only the core of the cluster that would broadcast. So, having 100 clusters spawned in to get HUD spam is almost not going to happen. Because 2 minutes or something around that sort of window, because I just used two timers. TFE was looking into ways that we might be able to do it to use MES to turn signals on and off, and apparently none of the things he looked into seemed like they were going to work. And he does genuinely know this stuff a lot better than I do, so I'll take him at his word on that. Also, maybe I do need to get my large cargo attached. My cargo containers are full. Okay. Where do I want to attach this large cargo? Could put it out here where this contraption is and move that contraption when I eventually need to hook the crane up again. Although the crane's got so much battery, if I'm not driving it, it should last for ages. Yeah. I got plenty of time. 5-ish seconds every 5 minutes. Yeah, I could do that as well. Like, basically anything that's kind of a ratio of... Oh, dear.
Inventory full.
Anything that gives me enough off time, that the off time is more than 90%, I think will leave the risk of HUD spam very low. While simultaneously helping a lot of people who are struggling to find stuff in a way that I think kind of fits well enough. Alright. Now I need to put down merge block. Right. Already forgotten which orientation I did that from the connection. Okay, to side of it. Wait. No, how I've done that's not going to work. Dang. Put an extra conveyor in. That's fine. Probably safer if I do it this way anyway. Yeah, Kat, if you delete, like if you go to the entity list and go distance from players, if you're the only player, you can probably safely delete most things more than 500 meters from you. And then, yes, you will get new spawns as you keep moving around. It's what I've done whenever I've done major changes to the mod, so that I can get the new spawns. Off charge. Disconnect. I'm gonna go ditch this stuff from the back end, and then I'm gonna go move that container into place. Owner name sorting doesn't work great unless you've taken ownership of everything you've brought back, which I'm gonna say is a risky thing because it's very easy not to. Bonk. That's a better view of that. It's annoying that I had to be so zoomed out. This is my preferred way of emptying these. Because I didn't have any connector set up for it. Works pretty nicely. Let's turn it off this time before I go and do my things. I figured since I've got two of them, having them go out sideways is fine. It works. I love that earlier this stream I'm like, I didn't need this large cargo container. Why did I go do this? Now I'm here attaching it because I absolutely did need it. Connectors can always throw out. They just can't sort what they throw out without a sorter. So they'll throw out everything, which is desirable in this case. There we go. Just build that conveyor and I've got a big cargo set up. It's almost too easy. Almost. I figure by the time you've managed to put together a flyer, you kind of want some things like this to be easier than they would otherwise be with a crane, which feeds into the progression side of things. A good way. Alright, cool. Done. I could move the solar, but having a hole in the floor is fine. So, Nev, the pull all and eject rather than sort of pushing, it depends on which block you have more of. If you've got more sorters than you do connectors, then they'll do it quicker. If you've got more connectors than you do sorters, and that's usually the way you will, because you'll have lots of tiny connectors as ejectors through a single sorter, then they'll pull them through that sorter quicker than the sorter could ever push it through. Yeah, I completely agree. Why would you ever have more sorters? That's weird. But for the sake of of completeness, I thought I'd specify. Beating me out, that was always at an angle. Right. How's our power situation? 65%? So we'll be alright. Okay, how do I want to do this thing? A spaceship. I kind of want to make it look a bit like a junker. So, maybe I should pick a grid and use one of the little vehicles I found and turn it into my spaceship. Kind of tempted to use the jalopy. The idea I've got in mind is if I don't need this drill. If I grind this out here. Wait, is the jalopy I've got in the other hangar more complete than this one? No. I'll keep going with the one I've got. So what I'm thinking is, I have... I probably need to put a door on the side so I can put a tank on the rear of this, but I'd be able to walk into this space, which would be pressurized, and then go through the front, go through to the front area, and that's where the cockpit would be. See how much of this I can keep to the original shape. Ideally making it recognizable. But I might need to... Might actually be better to do this with a with a flatliner because it's a bit bigger. Yeah, let's go find a flatliner. I'm going to do a flatliner. We've done the jalopy. Let's do a flatliner. What about this one over here? It could work. Maybe? So I think the flatliner will be big enough that I could put the large hydrogen tank at the rear, have a door on the side, walk in the door on the side, walk through to a cockpit in the front, make sure all of that connection is pressurized, and yet still have it look like a flatliner. But I think I've got to find a yellow flatliner. Because it's more distinct than the white one, I reckon. But this one's missing too much. Because then what I can do is put, say, this tank would go in the rear half of the tray. Living space and survival kit would go in this part. control seat up front. It's got room in the floor for piping to go all the way through. I can put... What else do I need to put on it? Batteries. We can put wings, like solar panel wings on either side. And I still think even with that, it'll look like a flatliner. It'll just have to have a roof on the truck bit. Yeah. Yeah, this is the way I want to do it. What are we at? 83.5% is enough. That'll get us most of the stuff we want. Alright, let's go see what we can find. Why go find a new one? Since I still need to find other stuff, I'm like, well, I may as well go find a new one. Why not? What's over there? Is that the way I... Is this the way I went out before? Don't remember anymore. Yeah, so the large hydro can lift quite a bit. My idea would be to put some atmo thrust on it to help me take off vertically, and then I'll switch to a different orientation to push with the big thruster, the big hydrogen thruster. But yeah, if we're doing scrapyard, I can't build something from scratch. I've got to build something from scrap. It's the only thing that makes any sense. Yeah, the Assert Observer still taunts me. Can't believe I thought I was going to be fighting in this. It was nuts to think that. With blocks being as valuable as they are, yeah, fighting's just... Nah. Fighting against grid-based turrets, at least. Ooh. There's a thing. Let's head to that. So appears to be something off to the left there, something in the middle there. Probably don't need to worry about going to the thing that's 5k's away when this is right at 2.5. I think the Atmos are too big to sit where the wheels were. I get what you're suggesting, Eisen, but I think they're too... Like, because I need to have large grid ones in a vertical orientation. So I wouldn't be able to use them to use as wheel replacements. Which is a pity, because it would look cool if you could. Alright, what do we have? Have you got an O2 tank? I might have the O2 tank I want. Don't need that. Oxygen tank! Yes!
Inventory full.
This truck has far too small a cabin for me to make into the size of ship I want to take to space. It's probably big enough that you could make something reasonable out of it, but it's not as big as I want it to be. What's in the shed? Oh. Cheeky not a turret.
Inventory full.
Doo-doo-doo. Alright, that's done. What else can we find in here? I think there's a chance there's some power cells in here. What's in the dumpster? Couple of motors. Power cell. More motors. More power cells. Let's go pop that away, and then I'll get through those lockers. Then I gotta get this O2 tank onto the truck, which I can't lift, so I'll have to use the bit at the front to do it. It's always weird to me that when you weld something up from nothing, you then have to hack it. You should really gain ownership when you do that. I imagine there might be some edge case that I'm not thinking about that might explain it. Or maybe there isn't, but there might be. Well, at least the list of blocks required is dwindling. Now that I've got that O2 tank. Hey, Hamster one. Hamster stone, I mean. Whoops. Found the other day that grinding down cargo boxes costs you the contents, something to be careful of. Yes. Anything that's in that personal inventory, I think, can get deleted. There's also a weird thing with MES spawns where grinding down turrets will often delete the ammo. So you have to actively take the ammo out. But it's not consistent. I haven't figured out what situations it deletes the ammo and what situations it doesn't. Or it probably is consistent, I just haven't figured it out yet. Okay, so we got stuff left and right. Let's go right, because left is a highway section. Yes, you certainly might grind the ammo and have it explode in your face. Yes. Not that that's happened to me last week. Nope. Definitely not. Oh. This feels like a thing that I'd been to before and chopped down before. Yeah. Yeah, it feels like I've been here. Toppled over turbine was definitely a giveaway. I mean, the hack by helping to construct a ship thing in co-op play could easily be resolved by if it's part of your faction, the ownership doesn't change. If it's not part of your faction, then it does. Or if enemy, take control. If not enemy, don't. But I imagine they just don't have that many checks that go on in the ownership side of things. Yeah, if not friendly, take ownership. If friendly, don't take ownership. See if I get lucky. Yeah, binary bullets, they don't spawn like that. Not that turbine. That turbine spawns upright. And I do remember chopping one down, and I don't remember whether I deleted it or not. Oh, no flatliner. I'm not going to find a flatliner now, am I? If there aren't any of the blocks that I want, I'm just going to move on. Yeah. Nothing here that I need. It's with the focused point where I've got specific needs. It's got to meet my needs. Alright, time to fly. Do the spawn command a few hundred times. Let me show you the entity list. I think there are a few things out there. Not as much as I expected, though. Actually, you know what I'll do? While I'm just cruising, let's do this. And that. No, not that. That. There you go. Oh, yeah, that's fair. There we go. I added the manual command back in temporarily. 7Ks? Oh, seriously? That's just mean. So the billboards will sometimes spawn with a vehicle next to them. They're a tall spawn, which is visible more easily by rovers. While I don't tend to use many of the materials from them, I think it's good to have non-useful spawns that sometimes do have useful stuff. It adds variety, it adds texture. Oh, there's something there. That's a pipe segment. There's something on the ground there too. Just be a piece of fence I didn't delete by the looks of things. Yep. It's just a fence I didn't delete. Oh, not letting that happen again. Ooh, actually. Ow. Thought that might have had some glass in it. I may need some more bulletproof glass. Can we ignore the pipe for now? This way, because there was something 4Ks this way. Everman, as much as I would like to have larger clusters of spawns, Space Engineers does not want me to have larger clusters of spawns. They would be a performance nightmare. Also, if you find one of them, that would probably end your game, unless I just make it all steel plate. Like, obviously, a fairly cool scavenging scenario would be one where there are lots and lots of spawns that are everywhere, but you have to figure out which of them have anything useful in it, because 95% of it is just steel plate. But unfortunately, Space Engineer's performance wouldn't allow for that sort of thing to be done. It's something I would have loved to do, but yeah, it's not within the realms of what's doable in SE. Because you'd need thousands of grids to make it into an interesting space to explore. But yeah, I've thought about like ways you could potentially make that work from a gameplay perspective, but yeah, they just don't work from a performance perspective. Like, it would bring even a very high-end PC to its knees doing that. Yes, it is too bad I can't hotkey creative mode or just like type something in chat that just deletes the grid in front of me. I'd have to be more careful with it if it did. Because at least with creative mode and cutting, I can, as mentioned earlier, I can repaste it in. There doesn't appear to be anything down in that valley, but there was something, unless I turned around. There should have been a spawn over here. What do you take in bribes, Nev? Oh, here we go. Back on that plateau. You know what? I'm going to turn around. Oh, I can't send a cake to Germany, at least not a good one. Like, I could send you a fruitcake. I don't think many people like fruitcake. I like it on occasion. And now I want to bake a cake. You can only control delete a grid when you have creative mode tools enabled. Chopper, what do you got for me? That's a chopper. Yep, definitely a chopper. Yay. Yes, 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 yes. No. Ha. No. Huh. No. Arr. Come down to my height. And don't break when you come down. 'Cause I need you. Seriously? Come on. Let me let me climb on this thing. Hello? Oh. Look at what's up there. Or down here now. That is a thruster. Oh yeah. One thruster to go. Oi. Yeah, Nev, I haven't had any more reports of the invisible helicopters since the latest game update that apparently might have fixed some invisible grids. So maybe? I haven't experienced it myself. But yes, for those unaware, there were some of these helicopters were invisible. You could only see their rotor blades. And there was something in the patch notes from a recent patch that said it might have fixed it. As in a little mini patch that they put out since the PlayStation release. I haven't been collecting glass intentionally, so I'm wondering whether I've actually got much of it at home, so that's why I'm grabbing it now. Well, I've got the opportunity. Apparently related to the access panels. Yeah, that's right. I think that's all I want from this. Gave me a very useful thing, which I'm very happy about. Because now I have 5 thrusters. I only need 1 more before I make my space truck. Actually, I don't remember whether I put anything good in the pod. I don't think I did, because that pod is meant to look like a tank. So I felt weird putting something inside there. Oh, nice. I actually went the right way. Yeah, only lacking thrust in one direction's not too bad. So we got a water tower here. I'm totally not going to find a flatliner, am I? I'll have to use one of the ones I got back at base. What do you have in the shed here? Oh. Take all the goodies from it. For those wondering, yes, that trap is intentionally easy. It's more for color and flair than it is to try and get anyone to actually get hurt. Because as mentioned earlier, this isn't meant to be combat, this isn't meant to be like scary, it's just meant to be some good engineering fun. Oh, it could totally go off if someone hesitates, but they don't all go off. So it's, you know, there's a bit of variety there. Okay, there's something in that direction. Let's go. And something further in that direction, which is good. keep myself oriented to it. What's down here? Huh? What do I see? Got a jalopy and a wreck. Don't think either of these have anything I want. Yep. And the jalopy. It's the same one as in my hangar. Let's just get rid of it. Give me a flatliner. Come on, random gen. Gimme. Gimme, 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 gimme. The jalopies, there's a version that has 3 or 2 Atmo thrusters in the back. I don't recall putting a hydrogen thruster on them, but I have done a lot of grids for this thing, so it's entirely possible I've forgotten a bunch of things about them. And what's in this little dude? Well, do the jalopies have a large, or is it just the flatliner that has a large? There might be a jalopy with a large. That's a hydrogen engine. I have gyros at home, so I'm not worried about that. Don't think weapon racks will come with stuff. Yep, let's get rid of that. Well, I certainly made Charlie warm enough with the blankets that I put on her. She has now kicked her feet out to cool off. You should not get ice in the seats, no. That should have been fixed. You should just get personal type items in the seats and cockpits. Is that a tree down there, or is that a grid? Yeah, Shadow. I am confident I did not trap my 45 kilo dog under roughly 1.2 by 1.2 meter blankets. There is no way she could be trapped under those blankets. They are way too small. One of the cheaper shops around here sells dog blankets, and because Charlie as a puppy used to destroy all of the beds that I bought for her, I stopped buying beds and just started buying more and more blankets, and eventually made her a mattress out of blankets. And then when she stopped chewing those, I got her a proper bed. Yay. Spawn. And what do we have? It's not a flatliner, but what is it? Oh no, it is a flatliner. Oh! Oh, this could be a good flatliner. The one with the camper van on the back. What state is this one in? Hey, that's not bad. that kind of works for my purposes pretty well. I'm obviously going to have to cut the camper off because, although it'd be fun to try and make that my, like, the enclosed space, it doesn't leave enough room for the hydrogen tank at the back. Let's get rid of the wheels, because we don't want the wheels. And I'm just going to pick that up and take it home. Pick it up whole. I should be able to carry it back as is, I think. Oh yeah. No one saw anything. That didn't happen. Nor did that. I so knew that was going to happen, but I was just like, I don't really care. Alright, so we've now got the oxygen tank and the flatliner and another hydrogen thruster. It's really only one hydrogen thruster left to be found. That's pretty close. Let's get sidetracked. Oh, geez, another one behind me as well? Oh, hold up. What's behind me? Behind me is a cluster of buildings. Over here is... I don't know. I can't see. Whatever it is, it's tiny. What? Fence? Huh. Keep clicking on the wrong thing. That is clearly not the grid I was looking for. Something else over this way. I don't know what. I think I might have lost it. Something down there. Whoop. Thanks, Beldenek. Thank you for 7 months. What is that? What the? That's just a wheel. Where did a wheel come from? I'm so confused. What is going on? Oh. Well, that's on the way home. That's convenient. And I would walk 1,000 miles and I would fly 1,000 more to be the man who finds a fence and an old billboard. Yep, sounds right, Eisen. Sounds right. So this is where the chomper's wheels ended up. I'm so glad they made wheels basically invulnerable to voxels. As much as it allows certain things, it's so much better than having them pop on every time you lag a little bit and they end up glitching through the terrain. Hello? There was supposed to be a grid here. What? I thought the grid was closer than my base. I thought it was 3.5 and the base was 5. Huh. Very confused. Okay. There's something up there now. I'm going to drop this stuff off and then I'll start hunting again. Okay. Gently drop back at base. And lock, charge. And we'll get the oxygen tank off the back. And the other hydrogen thruster. Yeah, I've got the proper junkyard vibes going on, for sure. I don't want to just leave that on charge for a minute. So I'm going to cheese this a bit. There we go. Just needed some leverage. Oh yeah, you cannot play this scenario with scrap, with a trash collection on. No, no, definitely not. That would end up with all sorts of pain. Some people have played it with our scrap, and you can do that, but you probably need to play the version that has the that gives you some resources back, not the one that deletes all of them. What? Huh. It helps if you build the large cargo container that you attach to your base. Oh. Oh. Dumb moment. Thanks, Master MSC. Thank you for 11 months. That was very undeserved at that moment. Like that, dum-dum. Oh boy. Figured I'd just manually empty this little of stuff while I wait for the batteries to charge up a little bit before we go out again. Yeah, if you played the version of Scrap where you get nothing, you wouldn't be able to get components except for in loot. And so you're... Yeah. Not a good idea. That would be a very painful way to play. I could put a connector on the large container, but that's boring. I've got ejectors. I mean, I've got collectors already. So I'm just going to use those because it's dumb. Yeah, so playing with partial grinding, like partial destruction of components on grinding, because there is a version of Scrap that does that, would prolong this style of gameplay. It wouldn't make it impossible, but it could potentially make it very, very frustrating when you grind away the components you hope to get from a thing. But for a certain type of person, that's fun. I openly acknowledge that, given the right mood, I am that certain type of person. But I'm usually reined in a little bit by the people that I often play these games with, and the level of patience that I expect from them. Yeah, like if you're using that, then merge blocks actually become the more expensive way of merging grids to one another, and you'd be better off using the weld pads because you know what components get destroyed in a weld pad. You don't know what components are going to get destroyed in your merge blocks. Entity list, distance from players. High tension, high tension. Static grid. Oh, yeah. Alright, 3.2 Ks. Ooh. What's over there? Is that a turbine or is that a... I think that's a power line. Thanks, Twisted One. Thanks for the Prime sub. Yeah, those are power lines. Yes, Capac doesn't enjoy the slow burn the way that I do. Let's put it that way. Also, I see nothing here that's going to have stuff that I actually want. That's cruel. Figure I'm here. I'm going to grab the stuff from the... Oh, dumpster. I was actually going to say grab the stuff from this sorter. All right. Time to delete things. Oops. Thanks, 19LG99. Thanks for the bits. Cat Pack seemed like an app name from... Yeah. The only reason it doesn't make an app... Well, actually, it's the reason I like it as a name for Cat Pack. Let's get Scrap Starter Rover popping up for a second. That was weird. It's because Cat Pack doesn't doesn't really enjoy animals of any kind. Why won't you let me cut you? There we go. Let me cut this grid from here. There we go. Oh, right, because yeah, I left the... I know why, yeah, makes sense. So, because I used the starter rover for some of the basic spawns, and because when they spawn in they have power, and I left the beacon intact, yes, some will show up that way. Yes! I don't know why I've never noticed that before. I've clearly not been paying enough attention. See, Eisen, that's not actually true. Capac likes dead dinosaurs. He doesn't like the living ones. He only likes the dead ones. Draw a star! Oh. Winning. Yoink. We have 6. Oh, there are plenty of living dinosaurs. They're just avian dinosaurs. Pretty sure crocodiles and turtles are not dinosaurs. But birds are. Doo-doo-doo. Yeah, crocs were around at the ancestors of crocodiles that look very similar to the current crocodiles were around at the time of the dinosaurs, which is a very different thing to being a dinosaur. Fun fact, dinosaurs taste like chicken. Well, that's a reasonable theory, I reckon. At least one type of avian dinosaur tastes like chicken. All right. Why am I deleting the looted grids? Performance, and also so that I don't have to go further afield to find new ones. I think it's time for me to start assembling a thing. No, Mike. Dinosaurs are a specific thing. Category of animal that just because you were alive when they were alive doesn't mean you're a dinosaur. There were insects alive at the time of dinosaurs that are not dinosaurs. There were bacteria alive at the time of dinosaurs. That does not make them a dinosaur. Birds are literally descended from the avian dinosaurs and therefore fit under that same phylogenetic, that same part of the phylogenetic tree. And therefore are considered dinosaurs. At least for now. Who knows? These things may change. but it seems pretty solid, the evidence towards it. No, I'm not calling it Avengers. Nope. Largely because the moment the Avengers movies started coming out was when I completely lost interest in anything Marvel. They just made too many movies and I don't have time for that. Okay. How to begin? I think I might weld up a little bit of this space here so I can bring the truck up and start building it up on the deck here, because I think that'll be better. I want to build it over near the crane though. Build it over near the crane. You with my thruster pile. Have I used the gantry at all yet? No. It was fun to build though. Yeah. I should have built the gantry early if I was going to actually make use of it. Which is sad. Now it just sits there rusting away into a pile of scrap. Let's do this. Of charge. Ditch my little back end over here. Get it out of the way. Go pick up the truck. Then we can start grinding bits off and figuring out how I'm going to put this together so that it has all the functional parts where I want them and can fly quite hopefully effectively as my space shuttle. Oh! Alright, I'm just cooking the thing. That's fine. I thought I'd smashed something on the ground. Do. Ignore the exploding bits of metal. Nothing to see here. Don't accidentally get myself locked to the gantry crane. That should be okay. I hopefully will be able to lock down here while that's there. Should probably build a connector somewhere else, but I've got this one, so I'm using it. Alright, Van, time for you to go. Just not quite in the right spot for me to use you. From the hot seat, yes, you can place blocks, but you can't remove them. Because you can place from cockpits, but you can't remove from cockpits. So it's of limited usefulness. It is sometimes useful, but it is limited.
Inventory full.
Let's see. Turn off charge. Control G. Oh no, it does have to be a cockpit. It can't be a control seat. Okay, interesting. It's to be a proper cockpit. I guess the feature is used so little that even they forgot to put it on the other ones. just realized I kind of wanted one of the flatliners that had the rails along the side so I could use that to build my windows and stuff out of, but I'm going to have to replace them to make them airtight anyway, so there's not much point. It's better I have one that I don't have to remove that. So I think what I should probably do is start mapping out the like cockpit area first. Make sure I've got enough room for that, and that I can pass through into the front. And then I can figure out where the survival kit goes, and then if I need to, I can extend the body a little bit to fit the tank and everything else in. Oops. Yes, the NPCs we fought in Assertive Acquisitions are much tougher than... Well, much tougher than the drones in ACS, but I'm not sure they do any better against ACS than a lot of the other ones do. The way I've set up ACS, it actually does pretty well against other NPC enemies. Because of the infinite drone spawns. As long as those drones target the NPC that they're fighting, they're actually pretty brutal against them. Okay. Need to cut through here because that's going to be how we get into the cockpit. Hold up a few of these blocks so I can see more clearly what I need to replace. I have never played Surviving Mars, no. I might actually leave some of these intact. Oh, those ones. Alright. So I need that pipe to go through to the front, because I'm thinking I'll put the reverse thruster at the front, but I might also put an engine in where the engine would be for the truck. Like put a hydrogen engine in. How much hydrogen do I have? I have quite a bit, actually. I have 476,000 liters. Which, if we have a look at this container, how much can a large one hold? This can hold a total of just slightly more than that. So I've almost got a full large tank. So, what type of cockpit and how am I going to make sure this is airtight while still keeping a lot of the styling in here? Let's change to the yellow. I'm thinking cockpit for one. I think I'll go with... I could go the rover cockpit, like the truck originally has. But if I do that in that position, it'll mean I'll have to redo those windows. I'll have to put... Oh, I can put glass on the outside of those windows. That'll be fine. Yeah, let's go rover cockpit. Because what I can do is I can put the glass on the outside here. If I get rid of the wing mirror. That's the perfect size. I just need to put a plate down so I can attach it. And then stand in a position I can... Ah! Right turn thing. Let me place you. There we go. The wings, or what wings they will be solar panels, so that's the shape they will have. Wing mirror back in. Gotta keep the style that I can. I want to make this, as much as possible, feel like the original truck. So I'll add the smokestacks back in at the end, everything like that. Off. Let's make this easier this time. This way. What? How did I not get enough glass? Yeah, needs the spot bar at the top. Yes, I'll try not to forget. Okay, now the glass for the cockpit. I think I might do this bit a little differently. So on the original truck, I think I ended up doing it with all 1x2 glass. But on this one, I might go with a 2x3 here in front of the cockpit, and then I might even just put panels in on this side. Nah, not gonna like that. Let's put the 3x2 in the center. Yeah, that works. And then we go 1x2 on this side and this side. That works nicely, I think. And yeah. Nemesis, I haven't decided what I want to do longer term in terms of other series with the scrapyard scenario. It's something I want to do more with, but I haven't decided what as yet. Make sure that this is continuous with the cockpit. Then what I was going to do... What's access denied? What? There are things on this grid I don't own. The tank's down here. That's what's access denied. Okay, now everything's mine. Just had to take ownership of the tanks. Alright, so what I was going to do was redo the piping in here, and then I'll put a co-pilot seat just for the sake of having one, not because I think I'm going to have a co-pilot, but just because I think it makes sense. If we go those, then it'll be a curved one going down to a junction down bottom. So I'm going to put the junction in first. Because what I want to do is pipe from the front all the way to the back. But do it beneath the floor. I'm going to replace the cylinder blocks with conveyor blocks. That. No. Now we get rid of that. And we get rid of that. And we change them to corners. I think that way is... No, wait, that's wrong. It needs to go the other way. That way. Alright, piping is done. And when I... Oh, I should go grab my air vent, and I should have put the air vent in the floor here, but I might put it toward the back. The full block vent has all but the vent side as conveyor ports, which is nice. It's basically how you would want it to be.
Energy low.
I think I may want that to go one block higher, because I'm going to want to put a door in here. So once we put a door down, which door do I want? Go the sci-fi sliding door. Yeah. I think I will want to go one block higher, just to give myself a little more headroom in here. Glad you're enjoying it, Nemesis. Yeah, this is the space camper van converted from a larger truck design. That's what I'm going for. I'm just going to have the one door. So now I can think about where we should put the survival kit and the O2 tank. I obviously don't want them right up the front here because that's going to occupy too much of the space to try and get to the cockpit.
Energy low.
That's going to be a bit annoying that I pop out of the, the thing when I pop out of the control seat. But, you know, whatever. That's fine. I wonder if I hop in back here. If I hop in from here, do I get put back there?
Energy
Ah, good, I do.
low.
So it's only when I crouch in there. Sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet.
Energy low.
I might be able to raise the... No, I don't want to raise the cab. Actually, I do want to do this, I think. Let's try this, see how it looks. If I make these to half blocks. Not going to be enough, and even with plate, it won't be enough.
Energy critical.
But it just might transition nicer from here. Yeah, I'm happier with that. Yeah. Because you can actually stand in here now. I don't think it's enough that it'll put me back there. Oh, no, it will.
Energy
Cool.
critical.
Nice. Yeah, I think the Chinook's a good option for using as a vehicle to convert into your grid to get to space. Even room for a plushie. Oh yeah, I'll have to bring a plushie. Don't let me forget that. I will almost certainly forget that if I'm not reminded. Okay. So what needs to go in the back? I do want to make this feel like a camper van, so I want to put stuff like a fake bed, like I did on the actual camper that I redid. So we've got survival kit and O2 tank, which together are for 7 blocks long. Then we've got to fit a battery. I could possibly put a battery on this side. I could put a battery right here, or 2. That actually might not be a bad spot for them. Yeah. I don't want to start with the tank, because the tank is something I can push further back, so I can make the tray longer if I want to. I don't feel like that's changing the design too much. So I want to start with the front end and work backwards, and then when I run out of things I want to add, then I'll stick the tank on. Yeah, I'll need to put an O2H2 gen on here too, won't I? How wide is the flatliner? I think it's 7 blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's 7. Alright, where are some of these batteries at that I've got around here? Shove this one on. Or do I not want a it's scrappy. Let's use the warfare battery. Now the question with this, do I make the curved bits point inward or outward? Deployable barbecue and pop-up sun canopy. Tempting. I think what I'll do is pop that there. That there. Get rid of this because it's going to get in the way of the crane. Let's go lift that into position. And then we'll put a mismatching battery next to it. Just got to feel the scrap life. Feel it. Oop. That way. I think I'll put this down after I get it roughly the right orientation and pick it up again because it'll make my life easier. Out. And that should be pretty neat. Cool. So my idea was to have this kind of vertically set up so that we've got the edges on the inside, which might work okay with the different blocks I've got to decorate that space. There we go. Battery on, I think. Unless I didn't weld up the thing, which I might not have. I didn't weld up the thing, did I? I was like, oh, I know chat said that I didn't weld it up, but I can easily weld it up after it's there. Wrong. So wrong. Huh. Then we find out that I didn't weld it up. I did not. Oh, well, there we go. That worked. Yeah, I think that works all right. And I can use some other decorative pieces around there to make it. Like I can put the custom turret controller in here. I can put a programmable block. Could use timer blocks and lights and stuff to add more control-looking details. Right. Next bit. Another battery. I think I want two just because I think there's a good chance I'll try and put large Atmos on this. Like I might steal the two that were intended for the hot seat for this instead. Parts for that. Yeah, so the idea would be this goes Atmo as high as it can and then switches to hydrogen from there. Not because I necessarily feel like I need to, but because I'm like, want to. That should work. None of the blueprints from this are on either workshop as separate things. Typically, when I create NPC mods, I don't publish the blueprints separately. Annoyingly, even if I could get some of the mods that I've made working for console, apparently, unless I figure out a new way of doing it, the way that I currently do the block restrictions doesn't work for controller. So even on PC, if you use controller, it can override the block restrictions because of the way that the controller has those things mapped out. Nice. Love it when just bonking stuff with the crane works. Maybe I did upload the starter rover. The starter rover because it's like something that's a separate mod. I think I did maybe upload it to the mod.io. Half the time, uploading to mod.io doesn't even work for me, which is another reason why stuff often doesn't make it there. Because sometimes it'll just be like, nah, I'm not going to work today. I don't want to. Okay. I think the way to make this stuff work from here is... maybe I'll go from survival kit on this side so that I can access the panel, and then I can put a whole bunch of other blocks just at the back here and then do the tank off the end. So I think survival kit's the next bit. Yeah, assert uses stuff that means you can't run it on console. I would have to rip out some stuff and create a special console version, and I haven't. It's one of those jobs that's unfortunately fallen by the wayside. Because there are many, many other things I need to do. Hamsterstone, you can petition all you like. They won't be added. I will not be adding tubes to the basic assembler. Since this has the big end, I might want to put an O2H2 gen on first. Or the oxygen tank? Maybe the oxygen tank. It's a bit longer, but I think it'll be alright. Put over. That's better. Let's merge these two together. Do I want cargo? I'll see. Not too fussed about cargo, but I might try and put some on. Did that wrong. Dang it! This needs to roll over first. Can I roll it with this? Hang on. The reason I don't want to add tubes to the basic assembler is because I want them to be something you loot. That was intentional. So yeah, that was 100% intentional, behaving as expected, and don't intend to change it. Come on. There we go. Alright, that's ready to be stuck up there. The reason I wanted that to be rotated that way is this way that small port, I can stick a vent on it when it's stuck up here next to the battery. And to merge this down, let's grab some parts for some merge blocks. One up here. Let's put one up here. Those should line up. Need to publish this truck. I probably need a name for it first, though. Hey, Zada. Codon, you're going to have to be a lot more specific than that. Have I tried the latest scrap game? The latest survival engineering game? That is so nondescript. The claw. Spinning wrong way. Oh, there we go. Locked. Sweet. The heck is Tears of the Kingdom? Oh. Oh, Zelda. No. No, I will not be playing the Zelda game. I did not enjoy Breath of the Wild at all. It was way too oddly anachronistic having effectively tablets, like iPads, as your way of revealing stuff. I just could not get into that game at all. That aspect of it just made it feel so much like I was playing a game that I was just like, oh, I am not interested. No, as soon as I heard Zelda game, I lost all interest and so didn't pay attention to the name of the title at all. Ah, keep pressing the wrong button. Like, I had I played a fair few hours of Ocarina of Time, and I enjoyed it. I didn't love it. It was okay. Capac loved it. Yeah, it was alright. Oh. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how the jug miner turned out, Nemesis. As I always try and remember to point out when expressing my like or dislike of a game, that's my like or dislike of a game. That is not me saying that the game is terrible or that you're terrible for liking the game, anything like that. It's not a personal attack. It's just genuinely I didn't like it. We are allowed to not like the same things. Hashtag in before YouTube comments. Don't know where I just placed that last block. Oh well. I'm sure if it's annoying I will find it later. Yeah, probably could put this on depressurize to fill the tank. Tank's half full, so shouldn't take too long. Alright, now I need to fit O2H2 gens, possibly cargo, and then extend the tray of the truck, and then put the hydrogen tank on. So where am I? How am I going to do this? I think I have an idea. Yes, and plummets and everything as well. Yes, of course. Do. But yeah, that should work. That should line up correctly. No! Go. No! Stop doing that! Evil thing. Okay, now I've got control of it. So what I'm going to do is use these two ports to send to the large port. What I've got in mind is attaching that small port on the left to the small port of the survival kit. Then behind this O2H2 gen, I will either put a large cargo container or a small one, either or, and then the hydrogen tank, and then the tray can be extended to fit that, and then I can add the piping in underneath that goes through to the cockpit, put the engine in the cockpit, and then it's all piped up. Then I just got to add thrusters and things. So that's there. I want that there, I think. There we go. Nice. Perfectly centered. I am going to go with the large cargo container. Because the advantage of the large cargo container is I can then put a connector on top, and that would give me external cargo access in a useful way. This truck is going to get very long. But that's okay. Once it's got its solar wings on it, it shouldn't look quite as silly. Yeah, fair. It would... I mean, I don't specifically need a gun mount with a large port, because we've got autocannons. But yeah, I wasn't planning on arming this particularly well. Probably should put a gun on it, though, I guess. I haven't found an assembler, so I've kind of forgotten about guns, because I can't transmute the ammo. How does this look? Oh yeah, that doesn't look too ridiculous. That's fine. It's fine. Thanks for the prime sub, Hamsterstone. Hamsterstone. Making my word mouth work. Alright, cargo container. Let's see, can I drag you? I can. Let's move the solar panel out of the way. Yes, I am building a space truck. Because I want to go to space. Because I've found all the required... I've found my bare minimum of thrusters required. Assuming I don't make this thing too heavy. Okay, so we got large port, and those are small. So the other large port is down, which means I need to roll this over. No. Did I get it? Large. Yes, got it. Sweet. Okay. Merge block. Oh no, that's not going to like being there, is it? That there, so it's got an attachment. It's going to turn into an 18-wheeler, baby-ish. Not sure doing this with the flyer was the right idea, but it seemed like a good idea at the time when I brought the container onto the far side of the truck from the crane. Oh, yay, it was the right idea. Woohoo! Alright, let's get this tank merge blocked then. There. I really hope I've got enough thrust. I don't think I've made this especially heavy, so it should be okay. I think. This way. Eh. Right, Sky Crane, let's do this thing. I'll stick the thruster on the back and then I can do some styling. Make sure the thing is airtight. I think I've got enough parts to build this thruster. Yes, good, I do. Grid unfriendly. Well... say goodbye, grid. Tip you over? Yeah. So, I think to make this be able to connect, one of the better approaches I've got is grab a few more steel plate. And... whoops. Put it on the side like this, just so that these can't get in the way. And merge block there. Then put a merge block above the connector on this. Probably would have been better to put this on the side rather than the top, actually. Am I going to add small thrusters to the large thruster? I hadn't decided where my other directions of thrust were going to come from. Whoa! I guess I could do it from there. Probably not any huge reason not to. Is that the right... that's the correct side, I think. No, I will be having... I've got thrusters for all directions. That was one of my kind of criteria for what I had to collect before I built this, because I didn't want to just build this from the most basic of components. I wanted to give myself a real chance to do some exploring and hunting down various parts. I didn't want it to just be a, oh look, I found a thruster. Alright, space. Because that feels like not so much fun. What just blew up? Oh, I lost a battery. Delightful. Could have been worse. I could have lost that large thruster. That was very lucky. Ah. I don't even know why that exploded, but that's why I don't like... I'm not a particularly big fan of flying cranes. That has been my experience with them over the years. They have a tendency to annihilate themselves. Yeah, I think it probably does make sense to just to put the little thrusters around the back, around the thing on the back here. Although, have I made this impossible to make airtight? I don't think I have. I think if I go with blocks around this O2H2, then I should be fine. I think it's airtight. But I'm going to have to replace those and weld them first. Oh, this side is not going to be airtight until I put plate all over it. I'll have to cover it with plate. I'll be adding wheels for horizontal takeoff. I wasn't planning on it. No. I wasn't planning on having wheels on this at all. We're going to go with weldless. Oh, that's very white. Try and bring that down. I want to use weldless just because it gives me a smooth finish so I don't have that repeating texture all over the place. And I can just do it in lines instead. See how this looks. Might have to change that to battered, actually. Battered might be a better look. Battered is also repetitive, but at least it gives us some variation. Let's try battered. And now I need to rotate all of these around the other way. So they're all wrong. Do 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 do. Maybe I can do a mix of battered and weldless. So if we go weldless for this part, and go back to this one, then yeah, have a variety so there's a bit of interest on that side. I mean, I suppose I could use half block actually. I could make this fatter, couldn't I? That might be better. I think it's worth it, because, man, dealing with, like, large surfaces of plate is always so ugly. A facial fuzz. Nice name. Good one. I was making my eye twitch with all that plate, Eisen. Not just you. Plate under there. Panel, panel, panel. Oh. Panel. Panel. Okay. So I just needed to replace those bits, which were plates. They were the panels because of because of having the wheels there previously. So if I use these for this part, I can then switch to this for the wall, which will give us a much better look. Oop. And this is needed so that I can make the inside airtight, because I'd like it to be airtight. It's not going to have a proper airlock, so what I'll need to do is set up something so that I can evacuate the air from inside back into the tank, and then open the door, come inside, and then pressurize again. Which I could probably relatively easily do with sensors. Huh, corrugated, eh? Wonder how corrugated it'd look on this. Oh yeah, corrugated could look alright. Especially if I do it on parts. It's going to need to be darker though. Let's shift that to even darker. Bit more. There we go. Let's go this. Got to work out how many I've got here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16. Maybe if we go with 4. Do this. Huh. Yeah, this kind of works. I think what I need to do, though, is cut these corner pieces out and replace them with flat ones. Make the bed of the tray wider than the cab. Because then it looks like this is sitting on it rather than part of the same thing, which I think will look nice. Will look much nicer. Yeah, that looks better. Kind of makes me want to get rid of the white and go with the brown here. Maybe the yellow? Yeah, yellow. That's better. This belongs in Spaceballs? Kinda. I was honestly worried for a moment there that I was going to be stuck in that. So once I've got the general layout sorted, I'll use the crane to pick this up so then I can fix up the underside. At least that's the plan. True. I don't like using backspace to fix those sorts of things, though. It always feels a bit... yeah. I so rarely think of committing backspace as my way of getting out of a problem. Now, do I want the door to come out another block so I've got more room on the inside, or do I want to use that as a way to set in the door a little bit and change some of this and flip the position of these? I think I'll bring the door out a block. More internal space is better. Okay. Oxygen tank is full, so let's turn you off. Yeah, this is going to be good. I think. It's certainly going to feel very different to a lot of things that I've built before, which I like. I always like doing something different. Build that up to the height of the side. I'm just going to build the framework bits first, because I may put some glass in here for the sake of something being different, for no other good reason. Not fat, I just prefer more internal space. Oh. Wait. No, door doesn't get to move. What am I doing? There are half blocks out there. Door has to go back over here. Then we put half blocks out here. So otherwise the door is going to be sitting out a block further than the rest of it. Which will look strange to me. I think it's better to have it set in a block. Also, wrong door. Nice, that's going to work. Then we can just repaint these once I've placed them all down. And really, 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 really hope that I haven't messed up the air tightness somewhere when I try and put this together. When I try and test it. The goal is space. There are space things coming for the mod, the scenario, but my plan is probably to end this test series where it is, once I can get this thing to space, assuming it doesn't crash, because I've made it too heavy and I don't have enough fuel or something, because that can
Energy
definitely happen.
low.
But yeah, that was the plan with this test. Largely because I haven't decided how I'd want to do the space stuff in terms of playing through that part. But also because this has been a test playthrough, I haven't really strictly followed playing it as survival. I've spawned in a bunch of extra stuff. I've done a few things that are more practical for testing purposes, rather than playing it as though I'm an engineer dealing with scrap. So it's been just kind of a different mindset for me. Because the testing has been the priority in order to make this a proper mod scenario thing.
Energy critical.
I think might be better if it goes all the way to the top and bottom. Yeah. I'm also wondering whether the yellow part should bulk out to the full block size now. So it's not just a paint difference, but it's actually got some depth. See. Yeah, I think it's better with the extra depth, isn't it? More depth changes is more better, typically, when it comes to this sort of stuff. Door to grey. Let's close the door and see. Yeah, that's probably better. I like this. I'm actually really happy. It's gonna be a cool little truck. Space truck. Still torn as to whether to put a window in anywhere. I'm gonna leave it with none for the moment.
No energy.
Magic space door. The magic space truck. Yeah, I was thinking sunroof. I was tossing up between having a little bit of a skylight in here or having one of these grey sections have a window in it. Because what I was thinking of doing was... let's go this one. This one? Yeah, this one. Parts for these. Let's do this paint job. Put those on there. Then on the inside, put one of these down. Then we have airtight barred windows. Prison bus. It does give a bit of a prison bus vibe, doesn't it? Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that. It is a bit prison vibe. What if... Oh. What if that? I mean, if I'm going to do that, I should probably just do this. That. Use these, because then I can put fake curtains on the inside. Then we want this with this and what horrible cow print colored curtains should I use against the yellow? Something like that would work. It's so dumb. But it's so good. I'm doing it on both bits. It's just so dumb. I love it. I love it. Yep, leaning hard into the reminiscent of Spaceballs vibes. Yes. Some good old 80s chic. Putting something on the door would probably stop me from entering, yeah. Hey, Scalapion. How's it going? Thank you so much for the 10 gift subs. They gotta dangle all the way to the ground so that they don't look like they're just there for the outside view. That. Now what I'm wondering is, will it also be beneficial to add this? I think it might. Wood for those, you reckon? Alright, we'll give it a try. Wood. Orangey. Dark. A bit more red. Oh, the quarter plate might go weird. Because it'll flip the end. So what's really making this feel odd to me is the soft furnishings against the rusty stuff. I'm going to have to repaint this stuff on the inside, I think. Or just leave it. Okay. So next up I need to put something around this door so it doesn't just stick out in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, this is kind of leaning into the idea of trying to make something that some might classify as terror bad. So bad it's almost good. Alright, I think what I'll be doing is full blocks on the roof so that I can put things like lights on there or neon if I decide to do neon, that sort of thing. So let's place those down and get them welded up. And then we can decide whether it'll actually suit to have a... oh wait, no. Is this a bad idea? Yes, it's a bad idea. I was about to do half blocks for the middle parts and then round these bits, but I think it'll look really weird. I think it'd be better just having the roof be flat. I can always add half blocks of the yellow. That might actually be better. Yeah, I'll do that. In fact, if I do that, it'll allow me to repaint some of this yellow on the inside if I want to, without it affecting the outside appearance. This is always the unfun part about building larger small grid things with interiors, is the number of steel plate you got to put down. The whole planet is rust and now you have a blue cow. Well, that's just what happens when the cows try and eat the cobalt. Or you let someone go wild with a spray can full of blue paint. Sure I get all these bits. So once I go around to the other side and weld the outside, I will attempt to negatively pressurize this plate. See if I can suck all the air out. Oh, I won't be able to because the O2 tank's full. No! Dang it. I'm not going to be able to test. Although it should tell me if this thing turns green, it should be fine. And I think I've got build info, so I can do a leak test. So that actually works better. Grind it and let it leak. Actually, that's another alternative. Yes.
Energy low.
I would need to stand in this area with my helmet off, or even with the helmet on, for a long time to run out the oxygen in it, I think. Okay. Should go warm if it's pressurized. And it does. Sweet, it's airtight. Alright, grind these down. Place them with full cubes to match the other side.
Energy critical.
I'm thinking this is coming together. I love that this side will just look kind of like a weird space truck, and then the other side looks like a really weird space truck turned camper van. Can't remember whose submission it was that had the caravan with the curtains that gave me this idea. Oh, it's really bugging me. On the top, let's fix up the details up here.
No energy.
Ow. That's annoying. Timing on that. Guess it's too late to add a sleeping cab. Yeah, I initially had thought I'd try and do some small grid styled furniture in there, but in reality, there's just, it would have been just too big. So I just went, nah, I won't do it. Figured it was better to make something that was a bit more reasonable in size, as I was already getting pretty big. Need to work on an air horn for this thing. Yeah. When I do the light bar, I could add a couple of sound blocks up there. Have them as the air horn. All right. I love it. It's so dumb, I love it. Oh, man. These are the moments where I wish I was doing this stream before one of the ones where Capac joins me partway through. just for his reaction to what I've built. Put it around here. Do I stick that out further? No, it's the same. What do you mean the roof doesn't line up with the sides? The roof lines up perfectly with the sides. Could maybe turn this part of the cab into a bed looking thing. Put my little plushie next to the pillows like I did in the other one. Oh, the lines on the corrugation? Whatever. I've long since given up caring about that. Yeah, I was thinking I might just put a little couch there instead. Alright, so I need to put the engine in the front, which may require grinding out some more of the stuff around there so I can actually fit. And then the small thrusters on the back. And a small thruster somewhere in the front here. Probably dead center in front of the engine. And yeah, I'll put some armor strappy type things at the back here to make this part look connected properly as well. No, but I annoyingly left this trailer a little bit in the way. So I'm gonna have to move it. We're getting close. I will have to figure out how I'm going to connect this to the base so that I can get hydrogen onto it, though. What's the truck weight? I don't know. 30,000 kilos. It's pretty light. Yeah. Alright. Lift, 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 lift. No, I'm not planning on putting any wheels on this. I'm actually going to grind off the suspensions too. It up that I can get underneath. I may put the suspensions back in, but they're in the wrong spots currently. That out. That out. Place them with proper ones. Can connect everything properly. I don't think this truck's big enough to set up thrusters with vector thrust scripts. Because I don't think you'd be able to fit the hinges in position to make them actually work. I mean, I guess if you had a bigger truck, what you could probably do is have them, like, have the vector thrusters push out on pistons and then angle down when you want to fly. But I just don't think there's enough room here to actually even make that a thing. No, I do have to hack those tanks. Thank you. Forced, reinforced, then rig. Then I think we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1. Something like that. And then I'll just put the regular ones in between. Then I gotta figure out where I need to pop through so that I'm hooked up to everything else. No, detach mode is not vanilla, that is part of the advanced welding mod. This might actually be... yeah, that lined up perfectly. It's almost like I planned it. Everyone knows I didn't, but it's almost like I did. I do like having improvised engineering as part of non-scrap playthroughs as well. It's just kind of nice being able to pick up small chunks and move them around in space. What else do I want to do here? I think I do want to put the suspensions on. Because I'm leaving the ones at the front. Get rid of this bit. Place it with armor. Yeah. They're pointless, but what do I build that isn't? I think I welded the one under the cargo container. I might check just to make sure, because that would be annoying if I realise later that I didn't. Which is this one? Yep, it was. There we go. So that's the bottom. I think that's the bottom done. Be nice to add the rest of these half panels here. Half blocks, whatever I want to call them. Oh. Oh. Off. Turn off. I don't burn all my the tiny little bit of hydrogen in those tanks. Dragnon! Thank you so much, man. Thank you for another 20 gift subs, you crazy lunatic generous madman you are. Okay. Now I can lower this down. We can move the engine in. But let's move this over a bit so I can get at some stuff a bit more easily. Doing the rear part. They do not burn hydrogen, or I think they burn the tiniest little amount. It's completely insignificant when idling, but when they're a subgrid, they're not idling. When they're a subgrid, they definitely burn. Because they'll fight what's going on. Yeah, a three-way corner conveyor bit. There are a lot of conveyor pieces that would be potentially useful, but oh well. I guess I've played Space Engineers long enough that those pieces that we don't have just they stopped bothering me a long time ago. I'll put it that way. Because I very quickly came to a point where I was like, well, they're not there, so I can't use them. So I'll think of other ways to do it. Yes, this is a space truck. Nope. Oh. Turn you off. Yeah. That's okay. I'll just turn these onto... I'll just turn these off before I actually attach them. What the... Nope. Charlie! You do this, dog. It's because you know it gets your attention if you make these noises with the door. There we go. That was a bit fiddly. Just one sec. I'm going to let Charlie out and I'm going to go for a quick bio break and I'll be right back. Okie dokie. Next thruster. And I do need to fit some Atmo thrusters to this, because otherwise I will have to add the wheels and I will have to do a bit of pill style launch off a off a mountain, which I'm a little bit gun shy on after my efforts went very much sideways in Escape from Purgatory doing that style of launch. I wouldn't say it was great. It was memorable. That event was certainly memorable. So much pain. Alright, let's get you up on top. No, Magron, that would be the Teal Terror that flew into the asteroid. The ship I'm referring to was in one of my edited series, which ended up flying straight into the ground when a combination of lag and very poor design in terms of weight distribution, yeah, led to things not going well. Aha. Excellent. Yes, the booze bus. The first rendition of it. No. I don't think it was pilot error. I think it was designer error, which is still me, so, you know, I'm not getting myself off the hook. I think it was primarily design error and latency. Because I did try it again, just for my own interest, not on the Draconis server that was struggling under the load we were putting it under, and also on the other side of the planet from me. And when I did that, I was able to get it to take off, but... Oh, what are you doing? But it wasn't easy. Really find it hard to work out which of these rotation controls is going to do what. With this, there we go. Okay. 5 directions of thrust. Ooh. Do I dare? Oh, it's so dumb. But do I dare? So. What if I launch this without the Atmos? What if instead of launching this with the Atmos, I put a landing gear on this, and I use the landing gear that's on this to attach myself to that crane. I then get the crane to position me in a launch orientation. I detach myself and I just go up. Giving the crane its final job. I'm so doing it. Whoops. You saw nothing? Is there actually any difference between Redneck SpaceX and SpaceX? Like, we totally did the maths to figure out whether we would totally destroy our launch platform. Uh-huh. Yep, definitely. Uh-huh. One has a lot more beer. Yes, okay, that's fair. Alright, I'm gonna have to pick that up and just make sure there are no plate on the bottom of it, because I think there were. Guess I can just go have a look. What did I do? Press the wrong button. Okay, it's all good. I can just stick it in. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No! No! Ah! Uh-oh. What have I done? How do I undo this? How do I stop it going back? Oh. Oh. I hit the auto stow when I was meaning to hit F9. Whoops. Oops. That could have been real bad. Really, really bad. Yay! Engine in. Okay, now I can replace the missing parts. Put that thruster on the front. Then we just need some solar panels. Is the block, yeah? Yeah. I'm really happy. I'm really happy with how these flatliners actually turned out. Considering they're a fairly basic design, but I feel like they do a pretty good job of selling the whole truck idea. No. Okay, that's fine. And it seems like a few people quite like building with them. Which was basically the goal with them, was to make something that people would potentially want to use as a starter truck. Hooray! It has hydrogen. Turn off. Now. Heat vents. Where are the heat vents? There. Those should probably be repainted, and let's try them in the corrugated. But I think they're going to need to go darker. Yeah, they need to go darker. Now make it transform. I wish. Wait, is this engine off? Yes. Wasn't sure if it was off or if it was just not able to get fuel. Even though that thruster turned on. Hooray! And then we need exhaust block. Where are you? Oh yeah, probably does need a gyroscope somewhere, doesn't it? Good point. Let's try this in regular rust. Yeah. Given the size, maybe 2. Yes, and also given the planned launch style, 2 might be a good idea as well. Just have to go see how many I've got lying around. Good thing is, I've got all this space at the back I can put gyros down. Honestly, though, this thing isn't that heavy. Like, it's 34,000 kilos. That's not that much. So, a single gyro is probably enough. At least until you start filling the cargo with stuff. I never found the assembler, no. Oh, something that I was just thinking about is... this could totally be something I could put in for the space-based spawns so you can find my truck. The style of this does suit the whole scenario because of the way I've done it. Yeah. Alright, gyroscope. I've got one over here, I think. Do I? No, it's over here. Well, dude, let's go. Where shall I put you? Just taking my gyro for a walk. Yep. Yep. I think maybe the spot for it would be on top of the hydrogen tank. I'll go up top and have a look. See what I think. Let's grab some things for this just in case I don't already have them. Gyro hood ornament. Unfortunately, these are all half blocks. I guess I could possibly put it there. Yeah, why not? Let's do it. Hood ornament should be a plushie. Ooh. Ooh. Gyro or plushie? That is a tough call. I think I'll go the gyro because I want to have the plushie inside. I mean, yeah, true. Hang on. I think I'm gonna leave. I think I've got a better idea. Let's put that back in because I think it'll look weird. But we can put the gyro on top of the cab. Right here. And then once I put it there, I'm going to put the air horn on either side of the gyro. I think that'll work quite well. That way. Will I do a prediction for launch success? Yeah, if I remember. Yeah. Yeah, I reckon I should. Nope. Come on. Alright. That's picked up in a convenient way. I'm honestly still so happy with how this crane has worked out. It makes sense because it's my most recent crane built, but it is my best crane so far. Nope. Nope. There we go. One gyro. Huh. This would look alright. Does anyone know if I can get away with those over the thruster? Guess I can always just do it and find out. Worries me that will then cause damage to something important when it explodes. Right. Air horn. So we've got thrusters, we've got gyro, we've got power, we've got tanks. What we don't have is fuel or any sort of way to get more power. So I'm trying to think where I want to put these solar panels. Part of me wants to attach them at the rear here. How wide are the solar panels on the small grid? 5 blocks. So I could go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I could just attach them along the length here. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Let's grab... Actually, we'll continue with the yellow. Nah, I'm not going to worry about any sort of controllability to them. They'll be fixed. I think I'll just go two on each side. I think that'll be adequate. Now I just need to design how I'm going to have the straps at the back here. I think we go with these little guys. Do. Because I think once I place the solar panels on, these are going to be very difficult to get to. Or at least annoying. Right, run around the back. Around the front, rather. And... realize that those don't line up with the ones underneath them, and have to decide whether I don't care or not. I think I care. Yeah, that looks better anyway. Would it be easier to disconnect your large grid tank and build a connector on it and use a crane to hook it up? Probably. Yeah, that's probably the best way for me to fuel this thing up. Uh-oh. Just place something where I don't know where it went. These things don't really show any corrugated metal texture on them. The full blocks that are running the length of it, I might change to corrugated. But I also kind of like the idea of having plenty of yellow down the... Dang it. Back here. No. No. I am not going to be repurposing the overhead gantry crane. Much as there's a part of me that is tempted to do that, no. I think I would like to launch this year. Okay. I'm happy with that. Let's get some solar panels on here. Oh, that's where it ended up. we go. Need to put some weld pads on. Let's see how hard this is to do with this control. Going well so far. Very easy. Sweet. Uh-oh. So that happened. Whoops. Oh no! That's going to be really annoying to fix too. What if I sort of kind of lean you there? Will that let me do it? Yes. Got lucky. Oh, I just thought of an alternate launch style. I already have a launch vehicle with Atmo thrusters on it and merge blocks that I could totally ditch after taking off. Ow! My face. Come on. Oh, don't be like this. That's close enough. Yeah. Right, let's get this side. Oh yeah, I haven't done the brake lights. I also haven't done interior lights. Not that that's going to be difficult. It is a very small space in there. Dangling plushie is more important than interior lights. Oh, I don't know how I feel about that. Got mixed feelings on that one. That is a good point. What is the value in a dangling plushie if it's too dark to see it? Where's that other solar panel I brought home? Hello? Does anyone remember where I left it? Solar panel? Solar panel? Hello? go? These are large grid ones. Where's the other small grid one? I know I brought it back. What do I do with it? Also, I'm going to need to make it daylight again soon. Oh, I had another warfare battery out here. Forgot about that. Oh, there it is. Thank you. I couldn't remember. I didn't realize which stairs you guys were meaning by the stairs. Of course, I've only got one set of. Well, I got two sets of stairs, so I was thinking the other one, because I'm daft like that sometimes. I'm just glad I hadn't accidentally ground it down or something. That would have been bad. Turns out, painting everything in rust, not the best for trying to find things later. Come on. Why not? There we go. Okay. Solar panel success. Interior lighting, plushie, launch. Also, wish that could fit in there with the curtain where it is, but I'd have to get rid of the curtain. Oh, it'd be so nice to have a little seat by the window. Oh yeah, fuel. I still need fuel. Forgot about the fuel. Where's my plushie? Go. But there we go. Plushie looking out the front. The plushie on a hinge didn't end up working properly, so that's why I decided I wouldn't bother. Just didn't it didn't end up bobbling, which was sad. Right. 1, 2, 3 blocks between. How shall I hook you up? Front will work. Oh, I'd have to get rid of my... Oh, no, I shouldn't. Oh, it may not detach then. I have to get rid of my grates. No. Alright, we'll get rid of my barred windows. The issue is not the mergers on the lifter, the issue is the mergers on this. Because the mergers on the lifter, regardless of how far they're pushed out, will merge with the edge of those blocks, the graded windows, which means they wouldn't disconnect when you drop the merge blocks. So, yeah, unfortunately. No, the lights shouldn't do that. What about lights here? No, that looks weird. Weird for this. No. Stick with that. Cool. No, I won't. This is a one-shot thing, Governor. If this doesn't work, it's just going to be one long trip back down to the planet. Just hack these so that I control them all. Or it could be a short trip if I don't make it very far, that's true. Okay, I'm just going to set up the control bar first. So what we need are the thrusters. I'll have a toggle block on off for those. We'll have a switch lock for these. And then on hotbar 2, we're going to have a toggle on off for the merge blocks. Now, fuel. I need fuel. How am I going to get into that tank easily? We're going to have to go. You're in the way. Don't need that engine.
Inventory full.
Now, hopefully, I can just detach this. Really glad that didn't explode. Can my crane reach that far? No. Forklift time. Whoop. Also, just going to do this so that we've got some daylight. And out we come. So if I bring this around the other side, stick a conveyor and a connector on it, I can easily hook it up to the connector on top, drain the fuel from it. We're fueled up, attach the flyer to the front, and launch. Yes, and then maybe blammo. That is very much a possibility. Yes, yes, I'll do it. Prediction. You may have to remind me just before launch. I'm not going to do it until this is almost ready. Okay. Now, do not explode the tank. Be very, very careful. This crane. Oh, wrong key. Nope, wrong key. There we go. That's better. Oh, I just did that wrong. This. So then I can do this. Nope, this. Nope, that is not aligned. Let's try getting that closer. There we go. You're not going to be on stockpile. You're going to switch lock. You're going to go on stockpile. This should empty. The park script allows you to switch between multiple profiles so you can control things in different ways. And that's what I'm doing. Alright. Done. Fueled up. Let's get the fuel tank out of the way. Good job, Crane. Good job. Oh yeah, thrust override. Thank you. Good call. I so often have to add that mid-flight. Okay. That is the wrong way around. What am I doing? Alright. That's locked on. Alright, so think this through. Think this through. Disconnect merge block is on hotbar. There we go. Got the important stuff. Lucky 19. Suppose I could grab my ammo. do. And the power cells, because they're high value. Alright. Now, it's time for a prediction. So, start a prediction. Start prediction. Will my space truck make it to space? Yes. Definitely space truck. No, that's too many letters. Yes, it's a space truck. No, it's just a truck. / crater. Nope, doesn't fit. Oh well. No, it's just a crater. There we go. Do it. Alright, I'm going to hop up on top and see if I can drop some of this in the connector. Cargo container. There. Oh yeah, an O2 bottle and a hydrogen bottle mightn't be a bad idea as well. Where's the hydrogen bottle? I think I've got one somewhere. Nope, I don't. Great. So I've been throwing them away thinking I had them. Apparently I don't. Oh well. C'est la vie. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Thanks, Romanez. Thank you for a year. Thank you very much. All right. Hup, 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 hup. And the doors, they are closed. We are pressurized in the cockpit. Dampeners on. On Atmo left. Let's gently move away. Plushie patted, yes. Plushie rubbed for good luck. Space flatliner, blueprinted for good luck. And potential use later. Alright. The prediction has closed. We have 84% of points on yes, it's a space truck. And 16% on no, it's a crater. Who will be correct? Alrighty, launching in ideal weather conditions, of course. Because how else would you launch a space truck? But in inclement weather. 3, 2, 1. I did not turn off stockpile. Thank you. Stockpile is now off. Good tip. 3, 2, 1. Off we go! How high can we get on the Atmo thrusters? We're getting somewhere. 2.3K's up. Dampener's off. Oh, starting to lose thrust. And ditching. Hydro thrust on. Override on. And away we go. Dampener's back on. Not my most efficient transfer there, but it'll do. Curtains still parted. I think that's perfect. As close to perfectly straight up as I can get. Alright. Thrust override's coming down. I can't... The boost hitting the ground is not something I can easily show off. Oh, I'm really happy. Let's spin this so we can get daylight on those panels on the top side anyway. Yeah. Now that's a space truck. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, test the horns. Yeah, I didn't do the horns. There we go. When I reach space, and because I'm looking backwards, run into an asteroid, I can then hit the sound blocks. So satisfying. All that effort to collect all the bits. This is exactly what I was hoping for from this scenario. This feel like making getting to space actually feel like it's kind of special. Because in Space Engineers, it really doesn't feel special to get to space. Most of the time. This has got to be one of the squarish things I've built in a while, but I think it works. .17 Gs. Oh. I need the dramatic music. Yeah, I got it ready. Here we go. That is coming through, isn't it? Yeah. Self-expecting convoy. We got a great big convoy rocking through the night. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that would get me some content ID issues. Plenty of fuel left for doing some space exploration. Yes. Planning? Who plans these things? I just point up and hope for the best. Look at my little plushie next to me. My little plushie buddy. I'm so close to space. Oh, I don't wave in this cockpit. Aww. Sad face. Hoping I can tell without looking at the HUD when I'm in space. I can't wave. There we go. I'm in space. I made it.
Objective complete.
Yeah. Oh, hang on.
Objective complete.
Yeah. Choose prediction outcome. It's a space truck. Oh, I hope you guys enjoyed this as much as I did. Next week, I won't be returning to this. I haven't decided what I'm going to do. I've got kind of two thoughts. One is if I manage to come up with the pieces I need for the next thing I want to do in Space Engines, I'm going to do that. Otherwise, I'm going to do something like RimWorld where I know I'm going to lose the colony in the next few weeks, so I'll do that, and when I fail that, then I'll get back to Space Engineers. But keep an eye on the Discord, because I'll probably talk about it there and see what I've decided to do. But I'll be back with some more streams right here on Twitch on Monday with Black Shadow. I don't know what we're doing, actually. Next week's a bit of a mystery. We'll find out together. So there's all that, and plenty more to come. And I will see you then. Have a great weekend, everybody. Bye.